What is up, guys? How you doing? Making sure all the settings are correct on my end of things, and so we can play some stuff. No problem, Cicero. We're having fun on the clue game. A long day ahead of me, my dudes. There's a small amount of things that I did off stream. So let's recap them. Let me do this first. Gotta stay on top of my farming. This isn't gonna be the main farm layout, by the way. I will most certainly change it. This is mainly for me to eat breakfast and such while I'm in the world. Plus I have Limbus again, so there's that. Oop. Oh no, my food. It went bad. Lol. Okay, so it's not quite done yet, but here's what I did off stream. So I finished these portions over here. So, like right here, I finished this, the outer exterior walls and such. Same thing right here. I finished that. I need to fix that, unfortunately. But here's the top floor right here. I made the window design anyway, even though the tree pokes through it. Uh-oh. Kaiba wants to get a word in. He was up all night doing that when he did it. Let's see. I did that. I'm not 100% certain if I did that on stream or not. So I made little platforms and such for the statues to hang off of. I'm not gonna do the same over here. It's a little bit too cluttered for my liking. On the back end of it, I kind of changed the walls just a touch. So like right here, I brought out these windows after all. Just because I didn't like looking at a flat side of the building, if that makes sense. And this isn't the side of the building that will be presentable anyway, but you never know, right? So on the inside of things, I sectioned everything off. So I have. So this is the staircase, right? I walled that off. I finished somewhat the staircase right here. So this is what it looks like from the inside. I have this or whatever still kind of partially, like, you know, open because the tree's right there. I'm not sure if I should floor over it or not. If I do floor over it, there's really not much point, since most of the area is inaccessible anyway, and it would like stick through the floor, right? So like this, you know, if I did this, you know, it's gonna stick through. Plus, it doesn't line up all that well because of all the stuff that's interfering with the placement of the floor itself. But honestly, it could look good. We're gonna place it. That's gonna be my. We're gonna place it and then just kind of see whether or not it actually looks good or not. See how I feel about it in like a week or so. Not a week, but you know. There you go. I kind of like the idea of the tree sticking through the floor. but also it kind of like half works, half doesn't work.
Frodo!
So yeah.
Someone at the door.
Hey, Uppers. I'm talking about my thought process here on the tree. And I was doing a brief like walk around of all the stuff that I did off stream last time. I'm doing pretty good. I'm not doing bad. I'm feeling a lot better. Still kind of like in the I'm still kind of like in the what's it called phase, like I'm still like producing, I suppose, on my sickness, if that makes sense. Like producing in the sense that like you know, when I sneeze or cough. But I'm feeling better usually. Otherwise, not much to complain about on that front. I was feeling pretty good last night too. I stayed up, did some extra content stuff. My wife is 50-50 on that front, unfortunately. So she did get sick from me, which is unfortunate. But I couldn't help that, possibly. It's kind of difficult to not get sick in the environment that I work in at the casino. So, you know, like players and stuff, they're not gonna cover their coughs. They're not gonna cover their sneezes. They don't care if they're sick, right? Management doesn't care if we get sick. So there's not much I can do in that front. But I was just touring around, showing people before you got on what I did off stream. I mean, of course I screenshotted everything, posted it earlier, but there might be people that might have missed that. So since the last time, I believe we left off the last stream, I had finished that, and kind of finished the window there. I put the statues up. I kind of made some small adjustments over there, nothing too serious. I rose up the second floor walls, and so that one I rose up. This one, I have the tree just kind of poking through everything, and I built it as if the tree wasn't there, which looks decent. I'm still kind of 50-50 on the tree at the moment, or how the layout goes in with the tree. I brought out the windows over here too, and I rose up all of this just because I don't know, I didn't like the super flat wall, if that makes sense. So I rose all that up. I started, the keyword is started, on the layout of the first floor. I built this kind of kitchen setup. It's not in the best shape at the moment, not in the shape that I want it to be in, but it's pretty good. No problem. No problem on the sounds. So the layout is pretty good. I like this, but there's very little space for other things that I want to put. So I'm trying to think about what else that I can fit in here. All of the major things are in here. So the stove, the oven, the roasting pits, and there's a little ladder going up, so you can do more roasting. Kind of like pizza ovens, almost. I'll need to grab some resources for the troll hide lounges, and also the vases and stuff, so that I can start properly decorating in here. But yeah, other than that, it's going. I think on the decorating front, I just want to make the layout, the general layout for things at the moment, and then I'll actually like fully commit to decorating. So everything's looking good. The roof is going to be the most challenging thing, and I think I'll start that today. The roof will need multiple points in which it's angled. And I'm not 100% positive on how, you know, I can't go that tall with the roof either, you know. I can, but I, you know, shouldn't. I'm trying to keep it uniform. Like, I'm trying to keep the entire structure the same material if I can help it. The great thing is this all snaps pretty nicely, so I don't have to like fight it too much. But yeah, so this these bay windows, I was thinking like I would do something similar to like its own little roof on top of it. Maybe a wood roof, maybe not. It would look good with a wood roof in my opinion. So we'll see how that looks. Oh my gosh. Please just climb. Thank you. So yeah, for this, I was thinking like something like this, where the problem is it's a little long, right? So it doesn't quite work. Let's see. We could do something like this. Nah. Don't want to cover the window. That's the main thing. That's what I don't want to do. So something like that. That looks pretty decent. And then like the way that I would do the rest of the roof is... Hold on, I gotta look at this from the bottom, because that matters to me a little bit. It's not so bad. Once the rest of the roof goes up, it'll be fine. The problem with for me is the exposed parts of the other roof, and how detailed that I want to actually go with the roof. Because, I mean, frankly, like, I would do something like this. Come on. I think I can just sink these through and it'd be fine. Nope. I, in fact, cannot do that. Let's see. interesting, but ultimately not what I want. Okay, now I can do this, I think. Cool. So these pieces have like a little bit of flexibility, not too much. I like that I can stand on these too. I think the standing on the roof thing is like a big game changer for builds like this, where you know you're trying your dangdest to make a roof. I'm not 100%. I'm not sure if I like this kind of this shape, if that makes sense. Your Viking short house. Well, the animals walk all over the roof as well because it goes down pretty far. I like that you called it a short house. You have to show me some screenshots of that. I'm pretty interested to see what you've done so far. I was actually very pleasantly surprised to see Kasumi's build recently. Kasumi's little her project in the Great Drain Pumps is very impressive. Maybe not. I gotta grab all this stuff that just fell. Certainly not on Long House. You're welcome to come and have a look if you want. Yeah, we'll do. We'll do. Maybe not today, but tomorrow I could probably have a look. If you're on. Tomorrow, like, not in the evening, but tomorrow, like, in the middle of the day, probably. Yeah, I agree. Kasumi's a great builder. It's always really nice to see too that the that like certain people come out of the I don't know, not the dark, I would say, but it's nice to see them show their work. I really like to see the different kinds of work that other people have done with certain areas. And, you know, like, I like to see all kinds of builds, and the amount of people that I've seen posting in the build channels recently has made me pretty happy, in the images channel and such. This would be another conundrum. Hold on. Sorry, Durin. We need to see when we're both awake. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't help. It doesn't help that I don't wake up until at a reasonable hour either, I think. I'm basically, like, if it's my day off, I'm sleeping. I am Zing. Middle of the day for me is like I'd say pretty solidly it's like, maybe like 5 o'clock standard. Maybe 6 or 7 o'clock. There is the community get together tomorrow as well. If everyone wanted to like play party animals, and even if there isn't enough people to play a game, it would be nice to just hang out with everyone in chat. I've been meaning to do a lot of that stuff recently as well. It's just been a matter of limited time, having a limited amount of time. No, I think I did that too early. Hold on. There's at least a whole nother block or two worth of space right here, and then I can do this. Yeah, that works. Don't feel bad. Your 5 p.m. is my 2 a.m. Oh my god. Hey, Special. Dude, did you see the PTS update for Valheim? The 80s montage video? It was awesome. Well, to be fair, like, I think between me and Special and even Sleepy sometimes, we're up really late for our times. Like, I was up until 2 or 3 in the morning myself. You can't stay up, I assume is what you mean. It fucks with your med schedule. Yeah. Honestly, like, I probably shouldn't be doing that myself. But YOLO, I guess. I don't know. I'm not saying that to, like, you know. I'm saying that like as a I don't know. I just stay up. I just, like, I have a habit of staying up really late. I've always had it. I've always had the night owl trait, if you will. And when I was a younger dude, I suffered pretty greatly from insomnia. Yeah, thank you, Uppers, for staying up late. It's 9 p.m. for you. 9:30. Yeah, these are also my days off as well. Wednesday and Thursday. Pretty odd days of the week to have days off, but honestly, if you take into account the fact that, like, most things are open during the week, it's actually not bad. You have to go to bed early because of tomorrow? What's tomorrow? If you don't mind me asking. Special occasion. Oh yeah, the watch party. Gosh dang it. Hold on. Not bad. Let's see. Also not bad looking. Kind of hard to see the slope of the roof from farther away, but it looks good so far. Your alarm rings at 5:40. I mean, nothing like waking up at 5:40 a.m. to watch some Lord of the Rings. That sounds like some that sounds like something I would do, to be honest. Seems worth it in my opinion. Worth. Exactly. Best way to start the day. Nothing like the screams of the Nazgul to wake you up from your sleep. Figure out a good point to I'm thinking really far ahead. I haven't even started really like super decorating the inside yet, and I'm starting to think about how like I would have to. I'm starting to think about how I would place lights on this structure. I'm starting to think about how and where I'd put the storage, and how and where I would put the hearts as well. I'm fine with how that looks. It's not bad. Good alternative, I guess. The Three Mountains. Okay. Not quite. Doesn't quite line up the way I expected it to. But then again, this is a kind of a weird slope. think you left off where they found the Uruk trail who kidnapped Merry and Pippin. Oh, the scene where he broke his foot for real. Did you know that he broke his foot for real? Interesting. This is gonna be a really strange roof design. Let's see. Oh shit. Ow. You learn a great new did you know moment. Maybe you already know it at the end of the first film when the Uruk-hai throws the dagger at Aragorn and he deflects it with his sword. Yeah, it's a real dagger that he happened to deflect. It's okay. I heard that they got a tow truck out to Aragorn in the end. So he's fine. Oh, yup. I don't know about this one. Don't know about this side of things. What if I just build up every single side and not really think about how it connects to the overall roof and just worry about it when I get there? The orc actor could barely see with the face prosthetics and actually took the real dagger. You never know how things like that happen, I guess. Like, how, like, I don't know. They're like freak accidents. Kind of like that, what was that one actor that got prosecuted recently? He took a real gun and shot someone because the propped person fucked up and brought a real gun. Who was that again? I keep forgetting who that is, who that was. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the one actor that, like... Yeah, it's a good thing you know what I'm talking about, but... But yeah, stuff like that happens. There's a certain degree of realism that some movie directors really like, and so having authentic things look better for the film itself, right? Like the glimmer of a real sword looks a lot better than the prop sword, which doesn't, right? And for certain scenes, depending on what it is, you can usually guess why, you know? Like, if you want to capture the reflection of someone's face in the light or something like that. In the reflection of a, what's it called? In the reflection of a sword.
Hi there, nice to see you. Bumblebee tuna? Bumblebee tuna!
What's up, Zero? Sir, your balls are showing. Did you know that? Bumblebee tuna. Side is slightly elevated. It's alright, it's an easy fix, but... Okay, awesome. It's working out slightly. Kind of working out. Not particularly right there, but yeah. It's ever so slightly off, but that's because of this whole deal right here. Oh, Eppers, you should message me at some point and tell me what you would like your call sign to be. I have a lot more people to go through in that channel, too. Now that I'm thinking about it. There's a lot of them that I'm working on. Well, not a lot. This is 2, I think. Last 2 that I remember starting were Jubo and... who else? Oh, Lythe. Although we're still kind of like squaring away what Lythe actually wants. And he's not like 100% sure. So I'm like, okay, well, you know, here's some examples. It can be basically anything. later today, the wife and I are going to be going out to dinner with her family in Napa, California. I assume we're going out for, like, really fancy dinner and stuff. Be driving out there today, about an hour. And later today, I gotta pick up the wife, too. I dropped her off this morning at her work. And, her mom will be driving back home with us so that we could drop her off, because I guess her mom's leaving her car at work to come with us. So we'll have to go back and drop her off. To get her car. My wife will be taking mother-in-law back home. Ooh. Not looking too bad so far, although, like, to figure out how I want this whole deal to go. Roofs are always the hardest part. That's tall enough, for certain. Yeah. I kind of like the slope that we got going on here. The cool thing is, like, the regular stone roofs, too, can, like, easily complement whatever pieces that we already have. You know? So we can eventually, like, just put a stone roof on top. The wood roof, I suppose. That actually makes, like, stuff like this tall roof slope look ridiculous, though. You know? I'll back to Lurk. Have a great dinner, brother. Taking the wife out Friday to a new Japanese steak. Nice. You gotta let me know how that is. Take photos of the food and send it. My wife's been craving sushi recently, and unfortunately I have yet to oblige, mainly because I will in fact have acid reflux. Yeah. Cicero did, in fact, download the Valheims. Be really cool. Be really cool. I've been thinking about, like, having little, like, internal Discord community worlds and stuff. I know there's a couple of my other streaming buddies that do something like that, where they hold a playthrough of a game. And stream that as well. Although that whole process of it, like the planning and stuff, is the only thing that holds me back. And, like, wondering when I'm gonna fit that into the current schedule of things. I'm actually very excited for that call to arms update to hit regular version Valheim. I will be wearing that bear armor, so everyone knows. You can't make bear armor like that and not expect me to wear it. The bear looks like terrifying too. As if we don't have enough troubles in the dark forest worrying about trolls. Now we gotta worry about bears. And undead bears from the trailer as well. Nice. These are coming out pretty good. They're coming out a lot better than I expected them to be. Yeah. The issue with that is like... Yeah, special me too. Like, the issue with that, though, is like the, timing, scheduling, like what times work for everyone, and then whether or not it would be ideal to just have it as a dedicated server as opposed to, you know, just a regular hosted playthrough. The good thing about Valheim is that there are settings where we can, like, disable stuff, right? Like, we could disable progression for everyone if one person finds stuff, and the game's kind of like created that way already, you know, that you have to find your things individually as opposed to you know, unlocking everything for a group. So dedicated servers for Valheim specifically, I've never known, I won't say I've never known, but I've only had experience through third-party services, you know, like Nitrado, I guess. I don't think Nitrado does Valheim, but there are a couple of others that do. The way it works is similar to RTM. You know, you set up your server settings. It's essentially a computer that runs the world 24/7, right? So that everyone can log into it. There are more settings in Valheim, though. There's more world modifier settings. There's more, you know, like PvP, PvE settings, right? That you can do. But essentially, on the principle, it works the same. You got everyone that can log in. I'm not sure how many people can log in all at once, actually. I have to check that one out. The last time I checked, I think it was like up to 20 people could be on a server. But that, I don't know, that could be like outdated information. You could just run with the standard 8 people as well. Or wait, we can run way more than that, right? Isn't like the default like 10, I think? 10? I have to look this up now. Yeah, the good thing about the dedicated servers, Eppers, for Valheim is that there are settings in the game to prevent people who play the game or have more time than others from ruining other people's experience, because you can lock the progression to be player specific. Now, the world in Valheim is huge. So like even if, let's say, someone just happens to have a ridiculous amount of hours in the game and is way more advanced than you, there's plenty of biomes and stuff to go to. There's plenty of you know, like, areas to carve out for yourself, right? The only things that may truly be finite in the world are, I mean, like, there's a finite amount of space, but there's a lot of space in the Ashlands. There's a finite amount of space in the deep north when that comes out. So it's kind of about like I don't know, just how many people you have. But even with, like, let's say 10 people, it'll take you a really long time to populate a server well enough that you would run into people constantly, you know? We could always ask Mariak to see if he would be willing to run a Valheim server for us, but I also don't want to get to a point where I also, you know, break Valheim, or we end up breaking Valheim so much that that like you know, Mariak's server can't handle it, like my world in RTM. Because unlike RTM, Nolia has broken the game before. We've broken you guys have broken Valheim before, so there's that to consider. And I know Mariak was telling me, I have 8 cores and this much RAM, 16 gigs RAM, and you use up over half of those resources. And I'm like, holy cow. But yeah, the subscriptions are pretty cheap. The problem with with finding a good provider, though, is the same as any other service, where, like, you want to make sure that, like, you can still access the save file of the world even if you don't pay for the service anymore. Because some services, like Nitrado, for example, will delete your files and your worlds, regardless of, you know, if you stop paying. Basically, they'll eventually delete your stuff, and in order to access it, you know, you gotta pay, of course. Which is pretty scummy, but, like, yeah, I understand, you know? They gotta make money somehow, but it is scummy to not let people access save files. So there are some providers to avoid in that respect. You know, to not interact with at all. Dang it, dude. Okay, so, like, this whole thing right here. Aw, dude, it lined up perfectly. Let's go. Oh my god. I was so concerned right there for, like, a split second. Hold on. I gotta switch to the smaller pieces, because this stuff's gonna get pretty crazy in a second here. But yeah, honestly, I am 100% down to host community-run game nights where, you know, I would stream playing RTM with people, you know, on the Discord server, or people that, like, you know, watch me all the time, or other RTM streamers, right? That could be pretty good to do. In fact, I really want to play Valheim with quite a lot of people that I've met through streaming, specifically. Like, I really want to play Valheim with, what's her name? Sorry, I remember her name, but I never want to, like, there's another person that I know with a really similar username. So, Morning Darkness, I know she hosts a community night for, like, Valheim, and she's doing right now a run of the game called Repairheim, and they basically have to build only within, like the pre-existing structures of the game. So they can't build any new structures. They have to repair old structures and build within those confines. And same thing with the same thing, you know, like with every other building. So it's ideal for them to find Draugr villages in order to have enough space, basically, to house everything and everyone. Hey, what's up? What's up, Nathan? Long time no see, buddy. Well, actually, not very long. It was last week, huh? I'm building the roof right now for the Beorne's Manor, and I'm taking into account the very non-linear roof. So I think, let's see, how much more headroom do I have? Not very much, huh? I think I can go one more up, and that will be maybe my limit for the build. Too high, and then we'll have too high, and I fear we'll have not enough room to go up. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Nice to have you here, by the way. Okay, this... Nice, that lines up perfect. Dude, dude, I saw your one build, Nathan, in the RTM subreddit, and also in Axebeard's Discord. It was really good, dude. You did a really good job on that. We're proud. My builder tears are wallowing up in my eyes. You're gonna make an old dwarf cry. Sheesh. I have to go, like, at some point during this stream, I have to go back and pick up stuff for, like, troll hide and stuff, so I can start placing the fancy stuff. Coming in here every day for a couple months really helped. Nice. Yeah. Glad to have inspired. Came out really good for you. That's 100% your creation, too, though. Just, you know. Give yourself all the credit. You made that build. Okay, so this roof is pretty good looking, I'd say. I'm like nearly running out of wood. That's how much wood I've used in this world so far, by the way. Like, I brought about 12,000 wood into this world. From the upper city world that I brought, that I usually build in. So that gives you any idea of how much wood I've used so far. I've used like 9K already of just wood. That's my first true own build. I was really proud of it. You should be, dude. It's awesome. I hope to see some more from you. Especially when the NPCs come out, dude. Oh my god. I have so many plans for when the DLC comes out, and we can have like NPC dwarves like running around and stuff. Currently working on a Bywater village in the Elven Quarter Plaza. Nice, dude. Oh yeah. That sounds dope. Okay, so like what I was gonna do right here was intermingle two different types of roofs. So like about right here, I would put a stone one. And it would look kind of strange maybe from the bottom, but I don't know. This actually makes me realize how steep the regular roofs were before we got the Beorne pack. Because, I mean, like, you can't even jump up on this. It's just... Let's take a further look at the, Nice, dude. It actually looks really good like that. Very, Cottage-y. Cottage-y? Cottage? Pretty cool in the sandbox as well. Dude, I'm actually really hyped for any of the potential changes they make to Sandbox. They did hint that they would be putting in, you know, the NPCs into both campaign and Sandbox, and I am hyped for that. Like, even when they said before you like open the gate, you can find them throughout the playthrough, and that makes me hyped. That makes me so hyped. Like, the prospect of having NPC dwarves, dude, and like imagine like friend playthroughs too. Even if you're playing with your friends, you could have your 8 friends plus the NPC dwarves. It'd feel properly like a company of dwarves, you know, like a large company of dwarves got like lost in the mines type situation, you know. That looks unreal. What looks unreal? The build? The roof? You know, this is the part that I always get the most anxious on. I hate roofs. The whole build. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, the design of this I based somewhat, not 100%, somewhat on Drunken Goat stuff that I learned how to do. However, a lot of the Drunken Goat designs were unfortunately, like I had to change a lot about that build in order for it to fit in the space that I had designated for it. And like, hold on, I'm trying to make this fit proper. Dude. There you go. It looks kind of weird, but who's actually going to see that? Not me. Lol. From that free cam view a minute ago. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I had drawn up an original concept. I had drawn up like a sketch of the Drunken Goat and how I wanted it to ideally look. And then I kind of took inspiration from that. And I was like, you know what if I could, you know, what if I could basically build the Drunken Goat but out of wood pieces, and what if it was a manor instead of you know, mead hall, and like Beorne lived there. Beorne crashed at like Moria from time to time, you know, because they're cool now in the 4th age. I like to believe that they're cool in the 4th age. Oh yeah, the Drunken Goat drawing. Yeah, I remember I showed you. I have to send that over to... I have to figure out... Kasumi says she lives in Washington. Near, like, not too far from Seattle. So I want to see... I want to see about sending her the sketch. think she'd like to have that. I'm not the best artist in the world. Also, my dog's barking, so sorry. But, I'm not the best artist in the world, but, I did really clean that one up for the purpose of the build. Okay, there we go. Finally got that squared. There you go. Cool. Kaiba. He's barking at random stuff today. I haven't figured out what he's actually barking at. I think it's the neighbors. I think the neighbors, like, move around at this time of day downstairs, and he, like, freaks out a little bit. We are finito on the roof, kind of. I have to actually, like, build the flat part of the roof, but, yeah. Let's see. That's not what I need. I need this piece. Oh, hey. It, like, snaps perfectly to the position I wanted it. No. That's not what I want. Let's see if I can move it, like, up slightly so that I can get more room to snap it to something. That should work. Yeah, there we go. It's not too noticeable. For this stuff, no idea. I could do... That could work. I'll leave it like this. Yeah, that's fine. No one's gonna see the tippy top of the roof anyway. I don't care. What up? The potential endurance folk is definitely exciting since NPCs will apparently do all of the crafting and survivors during the story will. Yeah. I'm kind of... What's up, Zeta, by the way? Nice to have you here. I'm kind of wondering, like, how... I mean, this is just me thinking of, like, the logistics, maybe. But I'm kind of thinking about, like, how will that mechanic work, Because in games like Aska, right, where you have NPCs do exactly that for you, you can tell them to stop doing things, right? You can tell them to stop crafting things. Otherwise still, like, keep harnessing resources from a certain location, or in Aska they'll go very, very far for a resource, even though, there's resources near the workstation because of what they're looking for. So I'm wondering how that's gonna work. I'm wondering, like, can I tell them to stop smelting things, because at some point or another we do run out of resources, right?
Knock this one dead.
So I really want to ask the devs what their plan is for finite resources in the world. Because given enough time, I think anyone could, like, mine out a world, right? There's a finite amount of coal and iron and stuff that you can find in a campaign seed. So I'm wondering, like, what new mechanics the Durance Folk DLC will introduce that will give us the ability to like have more resources maybe, or have ways to get more resources so that we don't deplete worlds of stuff. Hey Nate, what are plans to include in the house? So in the house, I imagine it as like some place that Beorne himself will stay in, albeit like he has to, like, you know, it's a cramped space for him. So I'm thinking that like this is like his little lodge that he comes to stay in when he visits the dwarves or something. I only started on this. This is the kitchen, and really simple layout. I don't have all of the materials for all of the furnishings that I want to put in here. And I still have to think about placing light fixtures outside and what kind of light fixtures I would want to place. So I really want to place the troll hide stuff, so I'm going to go into the upper city, grab that. Grab some gold ore and some quartz and some more citron, I guess. Silver. And then I'm going to grab... Beorne is that cruel, in my opinion. So he would have, like, orc spikes outside of his house, right? To some degree. But that's it. I think everything else I'm okay on. So this will be the kitchen area. I think I was thinking about this being like a common dining area, since it's like not too far from the kitchen. I imagine that this would be like a living room, like a little den space. And the reason that I have the different floor here is like maybe he takes off his boots at the door or something. So I was thinking about my own house in relative to that. And this space will be hard. It's kind of narrow. I assume that it could be a book nook. I need space for ale. I have plenty of headroom for that in this build, so I don't have to shove everything into the... I don't have to shove everything into the wall, right? Which will be really nice. The issue is I will not have... I'm missing the tiny brew tank, actually. Huh. I think I need to acquire copper ore for that one. Anyway, I do have these ones. I have plenty of headroom in this build to access them, so I was thinking about having these along the wall somewhere in here, with the smaller ones about, and upstairs would be his living quarters, right? So you walk up the stairs, and this will be better sectioned off in a bit, but you know, I imagine the tree trunk going to the ceiling to hold up the entire structure, and then the like this would be separated into multiple rooms, if you will, and maybe he tends to this tree. I like the tree. Just sticking through the build. I didn't have the heart to take down the tree just for this build. Thanks, Eppers. Zedis says, trading post outside at least. The doors of Durin is what we are aware of. Yeah. I'm thinking, like, because they said before a long, long time ago that they were thinking of ways to, like fix the finite resource thing, you know, and entice players to you know, have end game stuff. I think that was like in a prior talk. That was a prior talk that they had. I know that they were thinking about ways. They didn't say anything specific though. They just kind of said that, oh well, we're looking into that, and kind of just have to roll with it, I guess. Hey, Honeybun. Thanks for popping by. The tree is great. Glad you agree. I assume that, like, Beorne doesn't care enough to chop down the tree if it sticks through the house. I mean, I don't know. The one scene that we do see him in, though, in The Hobbit, he is cutting logs, and it is a really awkward scene of all the dwarves trying to approach one by one, not listening to Gandalf's plan in the extended edition of Desolation of Smog. Yep, not feeling well, so I'm lurking. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you're able to feel better. Seems like everyone's kind of sick recently. I was just sick myself, so yeah. Hopefully hydrate and stuff. I don't think I'm going to be able to go all the way to the top with this particular portion of it. Maybe I can. Maybe I'll just say F it and just let it stick through the roof. Why not? Like Rings of Power. Okay, nice. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the dwarves in Rings of Power are pretty cool. That's the one thing that show is doing correctly, is the dwarves. Well, I mean, to be fair, at least now we know that, like, all the troubles with Rings of Power comes from them not being able to have the rights to certain Tolkien lore and stuff, which is unfortunate, but, you know, what can we do? Cannot do anything. Cannot do anything about that. Companies own the rights to things. I think that's more than sufficient. We can always come up some more. I'll let it stick through the roof and stuff. Dude. Okay, there you go. I will fix it, don't worry. I will not allow it to look like this for very long. Why no snap? Whoops. It's not what I meant to destroy. Sheesh. Okay. I don't know why, but it won't snap to anything within this range right here. So, I think it's probably all the logs in the way. Probably a combo of that and some other stuff, so... Hey, we can still do this, though.
Smell that? Smells like elf. How can you smell anything over your own?
There you go. Looks a lot better that way. Better tooling. Better guns. Oh, come on, dude. Let me do it. Let me have nice things, please. Please. Thank you. Okay. I gotta do this one now. Shoot. Yeah. I like it. Okay. Now I got the little tree branch sticking through. Looks cool. And now I can build the roof. The actual roof. I'm thinking, it could be Ubasam wood, but it kind of looks weird. Ubasam wood looks kind of weird. Also, I'll do this. This wood. Plus, I can do more support beams. Oh, wait. If I'm going to do support beams, then I need to do that, like, right now. Yeah. We'll worry about that in a bit. I need to find out. I want to find out the layouts, how the layouts work with the rooms first. And then I'll do all the extra beam stuff. I can always just delete stuff and replace it. I don't mind doing that. I do it all the time. I still do it to this day in the Upper City world. This new DLC has been very it's opened up a lot of new possibilities for that world, if you will. And it's taking me all of my willpower to not go into every single build that I've ever done pre-DLC and rework it with some new pieces. Especially and including Fireman Keep. I mean, that was the first build that I really wanted to just go into, and like, oh my gosh, I have wood pieces now, and I can place them. I can have the wooden interior that I wanted. That was like super fancy. I didn't have to use all this like lattice and stuff. One thing that I hope that they will have us like give us is like, you know, the different tinting and stuff for. Oh, dang it. I didn't realize that I didn't place one right there. There needs to be continuity, damn it. There you go. Anyway, before I completely forget what I was saying. So, one thing that I really hope that they give us is like the ability to tint the pieces a different shade, different color, right? Especially with the granite, especially with the adamant, especially with these wood pieces now, actually, too. Now that we have all of these extra wood pieces, a lot of these like newer Beorne pieces are much brighter than the regular wood counterparts. So I don't want to, you know, I don't want to sound ungrateful for the DLC. I think it's awesome. I give it a 9 out of 10, right? I do think, however, though, that if I'm placing a regular wood column, right, like this one, like the wood is very dark in comparison to the wood that's right there. It is nice that it's dark. It gives good contrast, you know. But personally, I would rather just be able to, like, maybe click a button or something and change the tint. Oh, Epper's off to bed. Have a great stream. Thank you, Eppers. Thank you for popping by. Have a good night and sleep well. It's also a warmer tone. Yeah, that too. I'm really hoping for extra stuffs. Extra tint stuff. I really wanna... I'm glad that they gave us this flooring, though. Now we can match the wood that's inside of the ruined buildings. They gave us a variation of some tiles that we could place. Tiled floor. It's not the same tiled floor that you know, that we see in the buildings, but it's, you know, it's close enough and cool enough to make me feel satisfied.
Keep watch. Filthy dwarves about. Ah, squash though. Bearded maggot brain.
Oh. Okay, cool. And we're not gonna just leave it like this flat roof thing. I'm gonna put this along the sides of it. Or I want to put this along the sides of it. Hopefully it'll let me. Let's see how that looks. That looks fine. Who is calling me from Tracy, California? Hold on, guys. It was Banfield Pet Hospital for my dog. They're like, hey, you should bring him in. He's due for an exam. Oh, and I was like, okay. I really appreciate the long pieces in this pack of DLC. The long timber pieces. Awesome. I wish there were vertical variants so that I could place, like, you know, vertical logs like this. But I'm happy. I'm pretty happy with this too. Come on. You know what? I am tired of your attitude. Nice. There you go. I had a suspicion that it was, in fact, that piece and not me, how I was placing it. I have to fix these floors. I can see them. I can see that they're slightly off. Or that's just the texture. I think that might just be the texture. No, it is, in fact, slightly off. Just a little bit. Not crazy. But crazy enough to make me crazy. I can't see what I'm placing now. That's fine. I don't really mind about the symmetry on the roof. It is a roof after all.
I hate it.
that one... Oh. That one is the one that I want to get right. Dudes, I've, off topic, I've finished seven books, of Gotrek and Felix. I'm on the 8th book, and this is the book where, like, the book's, like, changed authors, so, I'm kind of skeptical at the new writing style. But I am really happy to be reading Gotrek and Felix. So far, I have to say that, like, that series has been really great. It's been really eye-opening for... Not eye-opening, I guess, but, like... what's the word I would use? It's really awesome to see, like, Warhammer Fantasy come to life in books, if that makes sense. So, I really like that, like, they... Like, two completely unsuspecting characters get caught in basically the end of the world. And, like, they have to... one of them is with the other because, you know, of his blood oath to the other. And it's Felix. Felix is a human who makes a blood oath with Gotrek Gurnison, who is a Slayer dwarf. Who is doomed, by the way, to seek out his doom in combat, and to die a Slayer's death, basically. Like, you know, that's the lore, basically. If you take the Slayer's oath, it's usually due to some great shame or sin that you've committed against dwarves, or something that needs to be settled, right? So, he's trying to seek his doom. He gets Felix to do a blood oath to him to record his doom, and so he has to record his doom in an epic poem because Felix really wants to be like a novel writer type thing, and so yeah, he gets dragged along with Gotrek to all these ridiculous adventures where he's trying to fight ridiculous demons, chaos. It's actually really badass, but demons of chaos, and he just, like, lives constantly. He doesn't die. He keeps beating everything that he faces. And so that's not necessarily a bad thing if you weren't a Slayer, but for a Slayer the whole point is to die, to redeem yourself, and he's not dying. So, like, it's just him constantly facing greater and greater threats to humanity and like the world, and he still lives. He's just, like, unfazed. Anyway, I'm reading the audiobooks. The audiobooks are really great. So, I mean, I've said it a few times on here, I am neurodivergent, so it's really hard for me. I mean, it's maybe... being neurodivergent is a factor of many reasons why I have trouble reading, but I really love to read. But for me, reading requires me to be in, like, the perfect environment where there's no interruptions, and I can sit down in the quiet of my house, no distractions, no nothing. I need to be completely enthralled in the book. It needs to be not so bright, and I can't hold my focus for that long because I have ADHD, right? And, like, I can't sit still for very long unless, like, I'm completely enthralled or hyper-focused on the book. So what I've been trying to do instead is just do the audiobook instead, and I listen to that, like, on my way home from work. I listen to it like driving to work, whenever I'm doing chores, I have my headphones in and I'm listening to the audiobook. And that has opened up a lot of reading for me. I really like being able to read again. It's not technically reading, but, you know, I think the accessibility factor, I suppose, is what I would call it, is really nice. I only have to focus on listening. I don't have to focus on sitting still, reading a page, making sure that I take in all the information. You know, like making sure I don't have to reread a passage over and over to understand its meaning. Because sometimes I like skip lines when I'm reading unintentionally. So like, you know, there's that too. There's that whole factor into it too. It's just yeah. So I've been able to read 7 of the 17 books that there are of Gotrek and Felix, and it's been a really good time. I've really enjoyed the books, and I really enjoy the story and characters. I like how the dwarves are depicted in Warhammer Fantasy as like an all powerful race of you know, like that were one of the elder races that, you know, were well ahead of everyone during the height of their power, and still are, very much so. But it's nice to see like good depictions of all races, including the elves. Actually, the last book I read was Giant Slayer, and that book introduces Teclis, who is like a high elf mage, and he like, if you don't know too much of the fantasy of Warhammer, like old world and stuff, like the dwarves and the elves had like a really ridiculously bloody battle called the War of the Beard, and it was basically over the fact that a prince or king at the time had clipped the beard of a dwarf, and that was like a really grave crime against the dwarves, and it resulted in like the bloodiest war in the history of that universe. Like tens of millions of dwarves fought and died. Millions more of the elves perished, and their deaths arguably matter more, right? Because they're not supposed to. They're supposed to live like a ridiculously long amount of time. But yeah, I'm trailing off about Warhammer Fantasy, but I'm like really so like, I guess, enthralled with the books right now, and I really like the narrator. Jonathan Keeble is the narrator for the Warhammer Fantasy audiobooks. He's the narrator for Gotrek and Felix, and it's really nice because he adds a lot of like inflectuation and like suspense and stuff. I feel like I'm like, you know, watching a movie or something. It's insane. Like I actually get hyped when he reads a certain passage and there's like action in the passage, and like, you know, his voice is like raising and like I don't know. It's like an action movie almost. It's like an action movie but in my head. It's cool. And I don't have to focus so much on the reading portion. Just gotta sit there and listen on the way home. Never disrespect the beard like Otho and Beorne. Yeah, dude. I was actually really surprised that I was actually really surprised that was a thing in Valheim too. It reminded me. It like, that was like the first thing I thought of when I read that. And the fact that like he made them go all the way up to that ridiculous mountaintop. I'm just imagining that ridiculous mountaintop now. Where like, you know, where we traveled like ridiculous amount of height and stuff just to write that guy had a better beard. Alright, I'm going to be building some light fixtures. I'm thinking like right here and right there and then right here and right there, and it'll make sense in a second, I promise. Actually, maybe it won't make sense. It does not look good for this angle. No.
Hi there, nice to see you. Bumblebee tuna? Bumblebee tuna!
Huh. What's up, Cicero? Still working on the roof over here. But I'd say we're doing pretty good on the progress. I built the entire here. Let's take a free cam look at the roof. This is how the roof's looking right now. I staggered out the windows. So like the roofs on the like over the bay windows are different. So it's looking kind of like this so far. I got a little trim at the top for the... I'm going to be building light fixtures. So that all the top of this is lit up during the nighttime. So this is how it's looking so far. The roof is just flat. I just added this little barrier so that it's not like, you know... I don't know. I don't like flat roofs. I don't know why. I just don't. And so whenever I see like a flat roof, I have to do something. I have to like, you know what I mean? I have to like it has to have some indentation or perhaps some fluctuation, if you will, like some accentuation. I'm using a lot of really big words to say. I just don't like the plain look of it. Okay, I like that. Let's see. How does these snap to this? Okay. It doesn't really snap at all, actually. So kind of like on the top, kind of like the... But not like inside of it, like the cross beams. So I'm thinking... Let's see. I like the idea of... Because once I start building this, right, it'll hang out like this. And I'm trying to build something that's more... Fell Beast Mantle on the roof. I gotcha. Dude, Fell Beast Mantle? Dude. Yes. Wait. Yes. Hold on. Like, maybe like outside right here? Or like right here? Alright, you know what? I'm gonna start early and go grab some of those materials. I'm gonna drop some of it off in here, though, so I don't... Okay... I think I need to drop off Durin's Crown. I don't need that in my world. Nor that. Or that.
What was that?
Hold on, there's some dudes over here.
That's all you got?
Alright. I'm gonna pop into the upper city world really quick. Grab some of the spare troll hide and drake bones that I have. I know the newer version of Axebeard's Warehouse has all of that new stuff in there, but I didn't have time to load it up and replace the file today. And at some point or another, I think I need to make my own actual warehouse rather than a bunch of collective worlds that I just, you know, go into looking around like a madman, like things strewn about. It's kind of like, you know, when you do laundry. When you do laundry and like you done the washing part and the drying part, but you haven't put it away, so all of your clothes are just like laying on the bed, you know, like clean and stuff. And so you're trying to find that, like, maybe you're trying to go to work and you're trying to find that one favorite shirt that you have that you really like the texture of. And then, like, you know, it's like lost in the pile. That's kind of how I feel like my resources are organized. I know that's like a really specific situation. It's because it's happened to me quite a lot. Especially when man, doing laundry sucked when I lived alone. Because I used to live in this apartment where, washer, dryer. You know, I had like one across the apartment complex, and I lived in Arizona. To go and do laundry, and you had to pay. You had to pay to load the card, and you had to pay Oh yeah, you guys haven't seen this, but oh wait, no, yeah, you have. I reworked the first floor of this. Okay, I need to go all the way up. Cool. I think I'm gonna rework my quarters. My personal quarters up here. I feel like I'm never actually, like, in Fireman Keep. Okay. Drake bones. I need a few of those. I need the heads. And need some skulls. For the skull throne. And... oh, I don't have that much troll hide, actually. Did I use a lot of it? Well, there is ward pelt, at least. Let's see. I'm almost done getting rid of all my fat stacks in this world. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff in here. Let's see. I wonder if I stowed all of that troll hide in it. Wondering if I put the troll hide somewhere. You know what? I'm gonna check the drunken goat. So there's a little bit of lag there, and it's because when you travel, when the game auto saves in this world, it hangs considerably for a little bit. I have a question. Would the Drake skulls sit on the roofs of your build? You know what? I hadn't thought about that, but that sounds sick now that you said it. It could. In fact, I would want to do that. Let's see. There it is. I knew I had more troll hide somewhere. There's more in here somewhere, isn't there? These are like the majority of my fat stacks, by the way. I'm almost done. I've been taking them in and out of worlds. This is more of my separation process. Look at how many chests of bronze that I have. I still need to finish the fishing pier too, dude. I want to look at the fishing pier really quick. And so I can remember bait and tackle. Okay, this actually wasn't so bad. I think what I was trying to do is try and put the Kuzdool oats in the water to make it look like water reeds. I started putting around like the trees and stuff, the Bubasam wood trees. It makes it feel a little bit more like alive in here. And then there's a secret corner that I wanted to work on, but it's really narrow, and I'm not 100% certain on what I would actually put in here. Yeah, I have a bunch of mushrooms everywhere, too. I figured lots of mushrooms would grow in there. Alright, let's go back to the, Let's go back to the task at hand. Ah, dang it, I forgot to get some silver and gold ore. Oh, well, whatever. I mean, to be fair, that Sandbox world is a brand new world. If I really need it that badly, I'll go and get it. It'll give me something to do between building. Let's take a look at this thing, yeah? Looking good so far. Same with up here too. I managed to get the tree poking through pretty good without it like interrupting too much of the build. So thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I wish I had more time, to be honest with you. I wish I had more time to just like sit down and play some Moria for a long time. But like I kind of want to like. I'm kind of in a place where, like, I want to play a lot of games. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, ah, man, like, I really want to play Moria now that the new DLC is out. But also, I really want to play Total War Warhammer. You know what I mean? I really want to play Aska. I really want to play Titan Quest 2. I really want to play, you know, all these other new games that have come out. Where, you know, like, I don't know. I really like the, I really like the amount of good games that are coming out, and there's still gonna be more. There's still gonna be more new games coming. You know, maybe let's not do that. For these, I think I need to make it uniform, so I'm gonna be doing something like this. This is why I wanted the different tints for the scaffolding, because it is noticeably darker, right? I mean, to be fair, this is gonna be like covered, right? But like it would be nice if a lot of this stuff could be changed to a different tint, and then, you know, you could just go from there, you know, like. Here and there. Okay. Trying to make this look okay. Don't know how much I could stick this through. I think that will stick through the roof, unfortunately. Isn't there a block that I could place? Yeah, this one singular block piece. Yeah. Better tooling. Better guns. Dude. I've been really wanting to play, like, dude, Battlefield 6 looks so good, dude. Oh my gosh. Listen, I don't play a lot of FPS games nowadays, but back in the day when I played FPS games, Battlefield was one of my main jams. I used to play a lot of Call of Duty too before I just kind of, I couldn't keep up anymore, man. Like Call of Duty is full of, I won't say like, I don't know, I won't say that they're sweats or anything like that, but it's full of people that take the game a little bit too seriously for my liking. And I would rather, you know, when I come home from work, I'd rather chill out, be able to pause the game every once in a while, not have to worry about whether or not I'm holding the team back. You know what I mean? Because I suck and I don't play the game 24/7 like, you know, everyone else, right? So that's it. Like, it's the only reason that I don't play FPSs anymore. But I used to play the crap out of Battlefield 3 with my friends and my bros. Oh my gosh, I loved I loved Battlefield 3. That was the heydays of Battlefield. Heck, even Battlefield 4 was really good after a while. It was kind of unfortunate that Battlefield 4 didn't have the reception that Battlefield 3 had. Like, it didn't, you know... It was, like, riddled with, like, bugs from the get-go, you know what I mean? And, I'm wondering if I should put this staircase somewhere else, but I kind of already committed to the middle thing. Sorry if I, like, completely start a new thought before finishing another. It's just my thought process. I'm like thinking about things in this build at the same time that I'm thinking about other things. Gaming things, if you will. You know, and it sucks too, I guess. I always thought that, like, when you became an adult, that you would have more time to do stuff, and really, it's not like that at all. It's like, if you have time to do it, then you can do it. But most of the time, you won't have time.
Certainty of death. Small chance of success.
Hey, Eggsbeard, what's up, man?
What are we waiting for?
Welcome, welcome. You came at a decent time, actually. I am finally starting to work on this roof. Oh, I started working on the roof. Hey, Axe, did you ever, do you have time perhaps to listen about our Lord and Savior, the Spear? It would only be a moment of your time, I assure you. Did you know that the Spear is the best weapon in the game? It is very spacious. Actually, let me show you how I did the roof. I'm trying to build the attic space right now to get the general layout of it going. But you know, let's go outside really quick. Here's the roof that here's the roof that I did. I did like a little, like, not exactly a dormer thing, but the bay windows have their own little roof. And then it comes up. I'm trying to put light fixtures up there. Here's the side of it. With this right here. Let's see. Probably get a better view from it over here. Can't move the free cam too much. Yeah, that's the side of it that I took a screenshot of the other night. Now the roof's done. I got the tree sticking through. The axe design right there. Here's the other side. I brought out the windows on this side. I didn't like that it was super flat. Added the logs, and that's the log covering that column. And then there's this, got like the flat roof. I'm gonna start putting stuff up there. Gotta do bunk beds so there's even more room. Dude, nice. Hell yeah. Bunk beds sound doable. So, I was working on the interior of that I got distracted, to be honest with you. But I was working on the interior of that to... I jumped out of the world to grab some of this stuff. And I want to build some light fixtures now. Let's see. The flat roof tray. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the because if it doesn't have it, it kind of looks weird. You know, I don't like that flat roof look. I kind of used a little bit of the stone roof too. I didn't realize. By the way, I didn't realize how steep the stone roof, the regular stone roof, was until I started like comparing it to like this roof. Like this roof is not as like the slope is not as severe, and then even this regular stone roof is like, you know, steep. And in comparison to that, the tall roof is like basically almost a 90-degree angle. So it really got me thinking about like, man, like the dwarves built some really steep roofs, man. Like that's insane if you think about it. I think that will work as a good fixture right there. If I do... No. Wait. I have it. Hold on. This will make sense in maybe a moment or two. Dude, Axe, we gotta build that, we gotta try building that longhouse whenever we can find time. I'm actually really looking forward to building longhouses. Especially since we can, like, stack these, you know? It's gonna be so cool. So cool. Okay, then there's this whole deal. Don't think that's gonna work as well as I thought it would. Damn. Actually, that doesn't look so bad. Now I can do this. Should it be the ruckus lamp? That'd be hilarious if it was the ruckus lamp. Oh my gosh. This sunlight. Oh no. Which one is it?
You orc filth! I'll tell you, dude!
Hey. No.
Knock this one dead!
Get out of here.
We got force!
Xperia says everyone is entitled to their opinions and beliefs. I choose the halberd as my personal... In fact, to pay tribute to the halberd, I have decided to name my next birth halberd X Spear. Nice. Nice play on words there. I mean, to be fair, what is a halberd but a really long axe and spear? You can call it a long axe, and you can call it a long axe spear. I'm not sure. I really like the fire for the ruckus lamps, but let's see. Amber might be like the only option in this. There you go. That looks neat. We'll see how that looks too, and if I want to change the color of it. That will influence my decision further. Dude, X, I brought 12k wood in here, and I'm already down to 2. I'm already down to 2k. 2k regular wood scraps. after bringing in this much. Gonna head out. All right, man. See you later. Hopefully. Actually, I won't. I'll be streaming for another 2 hours if you're back on. But yeah. Metal. This lined up pretty nicely, actually. Get a really good, proper look at it. Bumblebee tuna. Bumblebee tuna. Bumblebee tuna. Sir. Sir, did you know that your balls are showing? Bumblebee tuna. Okay, now I can do something. Let's see. How big are these guys? Very, very big. It could look good if you could see the entire thing, but since you can't, I wonder. How does that look? Oh, well, I guess you won't. I guess we won't find out because it is in fact not aligned as usual. Can't even really see it up there. I think it should be lower if I'm gonna put stuff like that on them. 12K down to 2K, that's half the wood in Builder's epic backpack. Nice. I like the fire, but not the skulls. Worth noting that you can't really tell that there's skulls from ground level. Okay. I'll actually keep that in mind. Let's try that then. I like the fire too. I almost prefer the fire as opposed to like the crystals, just because of, I don't know. I feel like the crystal lamps are really for those like spaces where you gotta really light up a room, and they work really well as like intense lights that will light up an entire corridor, you know, from really high up or something. Dang it. It's always just slightly off. So if it looks like that from here, then over here should be the point. That's closer. I wish I could, like, just place it from the front like this. And just have it snap to where I want it to snap. In fact, I think snapping on light fixtures is like the next thing that I really want. I want the lights to be able to snap to something if you want them to or not. Here we go. This might be the solution to my problems. Nope. Even from up here, I still managed to place it all weird. There you go. Much better. Let's see how that looks from over here. Yeah, you can't really tell from all the way down here, huh? You might be able to tell from, like, if the lamps were, like, around here. The fire is less harsh. Find myself placing crystal lamps behind lattice. And other things to diffuse it. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I either end up placing them ridiculously high up, so that like the light is actually useful, or I cover the light. Plus the shadows cast by those are pretty harsh sometimes. So that's another like factor of it too. That for me, I don't like that the lights are super harsh. Like, or that they cast super harsh shadows is what I mean. Like, it makes certain spaces that aren't supposed to be dark feel way darker than they actually are. And then, you know, just the... Oh, come on. Let's see how this looks. I want to see. Cool. But not quite what I'm looking for in that. Okay. Next set of scaffolding instead. I'll worry about all that extra stuff, extra details later. Is this central? Maybe? Well, technically the whole spread would be this for the roof for this side. And the middle would be right here in between these 2 points. I think I'll just only make it come out like this. That way, yeah, that's fine. That way I can just focus on the more important stuff. Nope. It's so bright. It's so bright looking basically straight up at what is considered sunlight. I'm like squinting in real life. I was telling a Cicero earlier, X, that like I've been really wanting to play some RTM, but like I find it kind of difficult to find the time when I really also want to play other games too. Like the DLC for sure has made me want to have another wind, so to speak, with the game, but also I really want to. Like, I really want to play, like, you know, Total War, Warhammer 3. I really want to play, Aska. Really want to play, like, soon. I actually really want to play Battlefield 6. And, I don't know. It's kind of difficult sometimes to find the balance with, like, content creation and, like, you know, just the premise of playing like the game. Like I really want to like try and my best to distribute my time somewhat evenly between games that I like to play, but also I do want to just sit down and play the game, not have to think about I suppose like not have to think about the management of that time, you know? It's not so much that, like, the streaming isn't fun. I love to stream, actually. I find streaming to be very fun. However, you know, I know there's a lot of people that watch me for, like the, you know, like RTM stuff, right? And I liked RTM. I like to play RTM too, you know. But also, I kind of want to play other survival games. I want to play Valheim. I want to play Enshrouded, dude. I really want to play, and it's hard to like balance all of that time too. I found. It's like how much how much should I like if I can only stream a couple days a week, right? For a couple of hours at a time spread. Which games should I play? And then what's the basis of my decisions for that, you know? Maybe I'm thinking about it too much. I know there's some people that are like, just play game. Don't think about it, anything. Just play game. And I'm like, okay. This is the midway point right here. I gotta mark it. Right about here. It's hard for me to just play game because I want to make sure game is good. Game is good and I have fun with game. There's not a lot of games I'm super interested in. I think a lot of that comes from my concerns about key mapping. I think I need to kick off my game testing series. Maybe that will help me get into other games. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, if you really like the strategy stuff, playing Total War is pretty friendly for that reason. Especially since you can, like, you know, it's a turn-based game. And, you know, you can pause mid-battle to give your units commands, you know? Total War goes on sale a lot, too. Total War Warhammer goes on sale a lot. I know that for a fact. Total War, like, Rome and Total War, like, Troy... Oh, I wouldn't recommend Troy, personally. Not without mods, at least. I would recommend... What, Rome? Rome is really fun still. But, you know, I know you're playing a lot of games, too. First Dwarf and stuff. When was the last time you played First Dwarf, by the way? I know you're playing that one for a minute.
I ain't going no further.
It's like slightly off-center, but I don't think anyone will really notice. The DLC has helped renew my RTM drive. This new challenge I'm streaming is going to help too, but if I'm not careful, I'll be burnt out before the DF expansion drops. Yeah, I think I'm kind of like... I think I'm kind of in the same spot as you two. Like, this has given me a second wind, but I feel like the second wind for me will, you know, burn me out if I'm not careful myself, you know? And I don't want to get burnt out on this game, because I really like this game. So that's why, like, I kind of, like, space out my time, too, between other games. Let's do this instead, then. I don't think that will be too crazy to look at. Right? Maybe. I really like that the DLC has, you know, I remember posting that review a while ago. I really like that it's given a lot more pieces for service or early access, and you reach the point where the game wasn't finished, so took a break. Oh, okay. I need to revisit it, though. They've added a lot since then. Nice. Alright, well, it's another thing to look forward to. Okay, the midpoint is like right in this direction. So that means, hold on. I'm in the same spot with, like, Titan Quest 2. I didn't finish all the content in Titan Quest, but Titan Quest 2 is also early access, so I'm kind of in the same boat where I'm like, well, if I make a Let's Play for that, for Titan Quest 2, because I really want to, like, how long will that be for, right? And realistically, what's the timeline on when they're gonna fix things in the game, right? So... a lot of things to consider when playing new games nowadays. At least from, like, the content standpoint, you know? This seems like I could get... Yeah. That seems good, actually. I'm really hoping that the expansion, you know, like the NPC functions are well in a way, and that they have a good answer for players like us, where we basically clear the entire world of its resources, right? And I know that's hard to, like, account for on their end of things. It's just, I would want them to, you know, if there's gonna be a mechanic for NPCs and stuff, and hinting that they're gonna make stuff, really hope that those resources are not gonna be finite, and there comes a point in the game where the NPCs effectively do nothing, right? So Valheim, Eriksholm, first dwarf, top of the list. Oh, and Baldur's Gate, but because it won the poll on which game I need to accessibility test next. Nice. I'm actually really curious for that one. I know that Baldur's Gate 3 is a really good game, but as to the accessibility of it, I have no idea. I would venture to imagine that it is actually a very accessible game, given its turn-based format, right? And it's D&D, so it's like, it's basically like, you know, a game that's D&D mechanics, so I think it's right up your alley. I didn't play, I played, Divinity Original Sin, I think, 2. Or what was the other game that they made? I think it was Divinity Original Sin, is what I played. The remake. The one that you can get on, like, Xbox and stuff. The games that are on my list right now, like, for... Right now I'm on Total War. I'm on a Total War thing. Total War Warhammer 3. I want to do a lot of different campaign playthroughs. There's a lot of stuff that I can do in that game, you know. Aska, I feel like, well, it's constantly updated. It's very updated very frequently too. I'm still debating on whether or not I want to move Aska to Let's Play format, or if I want to continue streaming it, because there's a lot of monotonous things that happen in Aska, and I know a lot of people don't mind that because they watch me build, right? But, you know, like, there's a lot of periods of time in Aska where I'm not really doing anything productive. I'm just, like, trying to keep up with the demand of, like, the villagers and stuff. And there's a lot of stuff that could be skipped, in my opinion, in that sense. Like, chopping trees and stuff, because my villagers won't chop trees, you know, is, like, one of the examples that comes to mind. Valheim, I think I'll be playing for a while, just because, let's see, like, we were playing with, you know, Special and Nolia and yeah, doing just videos, not streaming. Yeah, so the traditional Let's Play format is what I'm going for, with stuff like Titan's Quest that I really want to do, and stuff like so you know, Titan's Quest 2. So basically, like, you know, just playing the game for the amount of time I haven't really decided on, but essentially what it would boil down to is me taking footage of me playing the game, kind of like Grandma does with God of War and stuff, lightly editing that footage to be into like a 30 to 45 minute YouTube video that I could then like split up over an amount of time, right? And having that much footage, right, would, well, theoretically be easy to maintain on a weekly basis. Because I think right now the main suffering point for me is that video editing takes a long time. And the kinds of videos that I want to make for at least Return to Moria require me to put in an amount of time and thought into the video, because I plan to make like tutorials and stuff, right? Like I want to do some building tutorials. I want to do my ideas for that are like a basics video, you know, where I go over like how you place certain items, how they interact with each other, how you unlock them, how you can tell if something is aligned or not, right? What the building stability values are. And I know Mariak goes over a lot of that stuff in his videos. I just wanted to make something a little bit more tailored to the mechanics, if you will. Because I feel like there's a lot of people still in like the Discord, right? Or like on Reddit asking about, well, how do I know if this is stable? Or how do I build this, right? How do I build, or why can't I snap, right, the pieces how I want to snap them? Why is it like slightly off sometimes, right? And I could give them like, you know, tricks of the trade, so to speak, like ways and methods to tell how that can happen, and what each piece is intended for and what you could use it for. And then the advanced video of that would be like, you know, like going over like the piece combinations, how you can sink pieces into others, sinking things into the ground, right? If you look up, for like knowing about certain piece combinations where it matters the order of the pieces that you've placed as opposed to the pieces themselves, right? Being like a hitbox worthy thing. And then the next one I wanted to do after that, you know, like those TikTok videos where, well, TikToks and like YouTube shorts where you have someone who asks, how do I build this, right? Like, hey, how would you build a simple house? Like, I want a simple base, right? And they build it, and it's like a time-lapse type thing with some music, right? And they show you like the dimensions of the build and stuff. That's kind of what that's kind of like in the realm of something I would like to do. Although in Return to Moria, I find such videos to be more difficult to do because not every single space is the exact same, you know, width, area, whatever, what have you, right? It's not the same. Yeah, it sounds simple in theory. Definitely time consuming. Yeah. Mariak does a lot of that. I have my own ideas for build tutorials. I think there's room for all of us to do it just because of different styles and methods. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I know his tutorials are pretty sufficient at the moment.
Smells like
I usually end up referring people to his videos a lot of the time anyway at the moment, because I don't have any. But, you know, I think the main thing, again, is just the time factor. The editing the videos takes a lot longer than just, you know, shooting the footage, so to speak, right? It takes time to set that all up to get the raw footage and stuff. I don't have a lot of that time at the moment. Or at least I have very limited time, right? I have, like, very limited time, and that's the problem. I don't know from one week to the next how much time I'll have to sit down and record and edit a video, right? And there's no telling how long it'll take me to edit a video if I do have to do that, right? Like, I know it's not the same thing, but the Upper City video that I made, that one took like, I don't know, over a month, well over a month of gathering the video footage, and then a month to edit that video. And I remember sending you, like, the versions of it, right, and to look at when you had the chance. And I remember staying up for a long time, and that was for, like, a regular, like, cinematic case where I combined the audios of all the Duran songs, and then I had to essentially, like, fix all of that into 7 minutes. Like, an entire 8 months of building in 7 minutes. Just about. It was a little bit less than that. And that I think because my barometer for comparison is that experience, it makes me hesitant to do more, you know? Because, like, I'm kind of like, well, how do I know this is not going to take that much amount of time, right? Like, I spent a long time doing that video, and I had so much footage that I ended up not using, right? Like, there's a lot of footage that I think I still, to this day, need to use. To some extent. Or, like, you know, like, there's, like, I think I had, like, the proportion of footage for that instance was, like, I don't know, like, I had, man, like, a ridiculous amount of hours worth of footage. At least 10 hours of footage that I had taken from Streamlabs, and, like, trying to get all of the angles right for the vid itself, right? Like, trying to remember where I had left off in the free cam, and the way that I did that was, like, I would basically, like, look at where I was, like, look at the screenshot that I had taken. So I would be looking at the screenshot, the little screen preview in Streamlabs desktop, and then I would be comparing it to what I had originally taken a screenshot of, and then I would be like, okay, this is close enough to that shot, because the shots were, like, before after, right? To be fair, though, I don't think I spent as much time editing the videos when I did, like, the commentary and stuff. But now that I have the free cam tools and stuff, like, I feel like I spend more time getting footage and getting footage that looks good. And now I'm kind of at a point where I'm like, well, do I do more cinematic showcases like that, or do I go back to the old style where I, like, you know, walked around the build and I explain how I built it and why I built it and blah blah blah, right? And I don't know. I'm still in the thinking stages for that stuff. And I'm rambling hella. So sorry if I'm just like droning and on and on and on and on. But that's basically like the gist of like what goes on in my head, so to speak, with the content creation stuff, and like finding a good balance where I can still fulfill my real life obligations, right? Might still spend time with my wife, still do my coding mentorship that I'm trying to do to you know, like land a job in my field, trying to apply for jobs. You know, I've been doing that a lot too. And then still balance everything else, right? A little bit of a challenge. Everyone has, you know, responsibilities and such. So I'm not gonna say that I have a whole lot of responsibilities or anything, but it's enough for me to be like, you know, to consider the impacts, because it takes me a little bit longer to get going on certain things with the ADHDs and you know, like prioritizing of those tasks takes me a little bit more effort, but you know, it's not crazy, right? Think about tutorial style videos, there's never going to be a way to streamline it. Each video is a different monster and requires different thought process each time. On my tips and tricks playthrough, I spent twice as long as editing as I did playing. Yeah, I believe it, dude. I believe it. Like between editing that upper city video and like getting the footage, I think getting the footage was the easy part. Then I had to like go back and get certain footage that I realized I didn't have, which added more time to it. So like in editing, I would realize, oh hey, I don't have footage of this area that I really need footage of, and so I would pop the game back on and be like, okay, I gotta show like an angle of this or something, right? Your videos are pretty good, by the way, X. The tutorials, I have seen a few of them. I've watched a few of them. It's been quite a while. It's been quite a while, but they still, all of the videos still hold up in my opinion. All of the, like, I don't think much has fundamentally changed about the game, right? Just that burnt me out and was the catalyst that made me quit making videos and just do streaming. Yeah, because it's like, you know, it's like way less effort, right? It's way less effort to just pop the stream on. Maybe make a social media post that, hey, I'm gonna stream. And you don't have to edit your streams either, right? You just have to worry about how the stream looks, right? Maybe you might have to tinker with a setting in the stream like once or twice, a couple times, right? You don't have to worry about video editing after the fact. It just automatically uploads to YouTube or Twitch in the VOD section, right? And you can make content pretty easily by just, you know, making clips of things that happened on your stream, and you don't have to edit those clips very often either. You just gotta, like, you know, maybe tweak the clip to be meme worthy, and you got yourself content, you know. I feel like the way content is going right now, it's very shorts slash TikTok, like short form content is the dominating form of content. I know there's still a lot of people that watch YouTube and stuff, but I feel like YouTube in particular pushes a lot of those, pushes their shorts a lot. TikTok pushes that kind of content, even though they have the 3-minute options and stuff like that. I feel like those are not really utilized unless it's like a really informative video or some kind of like sketch or play or something. Oh no, the tree. We have to clip this branch. It's too close. Thanks. They're definitely still relevant, but they don't hold much traction because people see the video age and think it'll be OUD. Yeah. I mean, you can't blame him either for thinking that. Whenever you look at, like... I mean, think about the last time that you looked at some game or something, some game info, and you see that it's, like, several months old and there's been updates since then, right? I think the natural inclination is to look for the most recent information that you can find. And that's kind of hard, in my opinion. I feel like a game that's always constantly updating will eventually have all of its content from content creators be invalid. I mean, a lot of that older stuff from bigger YouTube creators back in the day for RTM doesn't hold up anymore. There's a lot of content creators that were under the assumption that the map is the same for everyone when it's not. Year subscription to Nexus Clips. Going to try it for a while by making a clip from each stream. See how that works. Nice. Yeah. I just go to Twitch. I know there's like a bot function too that you can put into your bots to clip something automatically for you. I haven't yet tried that option because I don't know, like, that's another bot thing. Another bot thing that I have to do. Another thing I have to code myself, right? Here's where we're at, guys. So now we got the roof done. We got the lighting fixtures set up. It's got fires. You can't really tell that there's skulls from down here, but yeah, this is what the manor's looking like at the moment. Excuse me. Thinking about putting statues right here as well. Thanks, Nathan. When I had streamer bot or OBS tutorial, I don't touch anything more than... Yeah, 100%. Like streamer bot 2 is made by one. What's crazy is streamer bot is made by one dude, one guy that developed the features for everything. So it's like that makes it even more impressive. But like he updates it constantly too. So like he changes the layout and stuff. So while the same principles of what you're doing would be the same, it's different. It's like different. You find things in a different place, and so then that makes the video not reliable. Like when I was trying to figure out how to do the triggers for everyone's call signs, like that that specifically was out of date by quite a lot, in my opinion. And nowadays you create the triggers by themselves. You can reference the triggers through the core actions, and you used to just do it all from the actions panel. A lot of this, what I really like too about Streamlabs is, Streamlabs, Streamer.bot, is that a lot of this stuff, like, it helps me to utilize some of my knowledge, if you will, some of my coding knowledge, because all of the code is in C#. C#'s not a difficult language to learn or anything, but it makes it more friendly for me when I can control, like, the code for something, right? Because everything that's in StreamerBot is coded by that guy, right? But I know that if I code my own C# coding, then I know that like something's wrong with my code and not, you know, the code of the program, right? So something to think about. And in that sense, it makes it more appealing for me to do my own scripts and own stuff within streamer.bot, because, yeah, you know, like, I would rather program my own stuff. I would rather do my own thing. My coding mentorship's going okay, by the way. They changed the curriculum for my program, so I have to book a call with them soon. Which is kind of annoying, to be honest with you. But, like, whatever. I can't help it if they change the curriculum or the path, right? I just have to, like, follow it. Plus, I mean, like, it'll benefit me down the road, you know? Like, they have, like, a whole... I won't say guarantee, but they partner with a bunch of game dev companies, right? Game studios. And that's a pretty big factor for me at the moment. Like, that they have active... how you would say, like, partnerships to get people into their, to get devs out there, you know. Having that extra help helps in the job market, like right now, where it's really hard for anyone to get a job, even with experience, right? And, yeah. Sorry if I'm rambling on about that, but that's been taking up a huge chunk of my time too. I even opened myself up actually to taking even just like traditional IT roles, because that's basically what my bachelor's degrees in. My bachelor's degrees in information technology. So like, for me, the whole, like, you know, like doing actual tech stuff, you know, like actual IT work isn't really like daunting to me. It's not something that I would prefer to do over software development, but you know, I can do it. So I'm gonna open up all the avenues that I have to get into a job that is a little bit more aligned with my skills, right? My desire. So yeah. That sucks, but changes like that will happen in your future job too. Best to look at it as an opportunity to learn to roll with it. Well, there's less consequences. Yeah. I'm sure at someday I'll be looking back on this moment. I don't know, maybe hopefully as a software developer and being like, man, Xbeard was right. They dumped, you know, this entire project and I coded like 3,000 lines of code or something like that. I don't know. Hypothetical scenario there, but you know what I mean. Let's see how this looks. I want to put these there, but like the lamp, yeah, and they're kind of. I think Durin might be too tall for this fixture. So I might have to place these ladies. Never hear a dwarf say that another dwarf is too tall to put their statue of. That looks fine. Although the blue light is what gets me. I wish I could change the... hue of the light. A lamp might look good behind that lattice. So like small one like this. Do look good. I have to see how it looks at nighttime too. Good thing it's evening already, so. my wife's been helping me out too on the job hunting front too, which is nice to have that extra support. Trying to see if she could maybe find me a job in the local like Kaiser Permanente scene, and hopefully get a thing in there. Fun to play with ambient light like that. Yeah. So anyway, it's cool because Kaiser has a lot of different opportunities, so I'm hoping that maybe I might be able to get into a position in there, and then Kaiser Permanente out here is unionized workplace, so if I can get in there, it'd be great, because then I'll have a union job. It'd be great. Won't have to deal with the what's it called? Yeah, I agree. Support is underrated. Yeah. I've been trying to like look for jobs too that aren't explicitly listed as, you know, software developer or whatever. Sick. It stayed. I suppose that makes up for her eating your biscuits, right? Yeah. The cool thing about the union in there too is they seem to give priority to seniority, like union members basically for new positions, and to some degree the requirements or qualifications of a position are somewhat to a degree waived when you apply for them. Is what my wife says. So if I were to get into Kaiser as some different position, which pays pretty decently, it would be possible for me to just immediately move around as like a, you know, union employee into an IT role.
You'll not kill this dwarf.
And it wouldn't matter if I didn't have
We got horns.
exactly 5 years of experience, or whatever ridiculous requirement there is for IT roles. It is kind of ridiculous on that front too, by the way, like the amount of requirements, qualifications for things. It's I don't know, it's just like ridiculous. Like how do you for an entry level position have a requirement of like 3 to 5 years of professional experience? Like no one has that as an entry level person. I don't know. That's just me. The whole purpose of an entry level position is to be entry level, you know? It's supposed to, I don't know. A lot of unions waive experience requirements because they have an intimate knowledge of your work ethic. And even if the job is different, you still know the core business. Nice. You know, like, I'm going to be honest with you, I've never really worked union. They were pretty sparse when I was growing up in Arizona, and here in California too. They're kind of sparse unless you're working like in a trade of some sort. That actually looks pretty good. Thanks for that suggestion, bro. The ambient light isn't like overpowering and anything, the general color of the warm light and stuff. For this portion of it, I want to add some more like foliage and stuff. So I'm thinking, wondering if I could plant a tree somewhere. Would this work? Question. No. Oh, it does work. Nice. Wait, but before I do that though. It's sloped too much. This is the only thing I don't really like too much about the dirt ones, is that like this stuff happens. Sink it a little bit. Nice. Okay. This gilded pot. Perhaps. Maybe not. But I do like the welling tree in there. The welling tree. The ent tree thing in there. See how close I can get this thing to other things. Almost not at all. Wait, I had like a little sliver right there. Ooh. Perf. There you go. Yeah, me too, dude. Like the tree bed is fine. I you know, I guess like I don't mind that it's like a dirt like that, but I don't like that it's all like flat and like all of the terrain that you could potentially put it on is not flat at all. Is there room back there for one of these? Nice, there is. This has to be too close for this. Hold on. I had like a little sliver of it right there. Oh, never mind. How about fern instead? It might be too close to the ground or in the ground or around the ground. Simply put, it's too damn big. Yeah, I agree. It's I don't know, it's like it's strange to think about, right? Cuz like you would want a tree bed to be that big ideally for a nice big tree, but it just doesn't work, I guess. This looks good. I like this. Now I need to place, let's see, need vines around here. How about there and here. Place these ones too. Gotta go do adult shit. Yeah. Thank you, Ben. Of course. You're welcome anytime, as always, my brother. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Nice to see old friends in the chat. Hold on. Destroy that really quick. This will take a while with the vine stuff. I don't want to put the vines everywhere, but I do want to do like, you know, I do want to add some foliage, some kind of growth, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to overpower the build. But also, that is fine. I wish there was like smaller pieces of just vine that you could place. I like the vine covered stuff, don't get me wrong. I just want there to be like You know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to just place the vines by themselves, let them grow, perhaps. I don't want to fuck up the axe either. That's fine. That might even be a little bit too much. Oops. Hold on. Good thing that's fixable. That's okay. Nah, I don't like that. What? There you go. There. Okay, now we could place this again. Man, you know, doing this on the Drunken Goat, like, to where I had to, like, do this is pretty crazy. Oh, shit. Nope. Oh, no. That was way too many of them. Lol. I'm really careful not to spam the button for that case, because you can end up with situations like that where you have like multiple pieces inside of each other right there, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't really help what I'm doing. That's fine. I think we could afford just a little bit of, just a tiny bit of encroachment, like right about here-ish. Not too much, though. Still want to see that it's an axe, but I don't want it to look just like plain and stuff, you know? That's fine. Nice, nice. You like it better now? Yeah, I agree. That looks good. So fun fact that these pieces are really, really difficult to do the little trick I did with the Drunken Goat. And the trick is that if you stand like astride like a really thick wall, you get it to a point where it, especially like a layered wall, right? You can get it to a point where it doesn't snap, but it takes an incredible amount of patience. You know, we're talking like centimeters, right? So stuff like this that you have to do, it works really well if your build has adamant, and then also granite or some other kind of wall on top of the adamant, because then you can actually get in between the mesh of the of both the.
So hungry I could eat a whole dragon.
You can get in between the mesh of like the granite and the adamant, and like actually more inside the granite piece itself too. And that way, like the vines come out a little bit more, but it still conceals the lattice. Okay, I think that's enough on this side. I'm willing to accept that. For this side, I feel like it can be free game, because we're talking about a ridiculous amount of trees over here on this side. So I'm just gonna start going crazy. Just this one piece, and then I'll refine it when we get to the pertinent parts. Good thing I started growing Entwood in here. By the way, I don't know about you. I don't know if you guys like dabble in mobile games from time to time, but I do. And I downloaded the Age of Empires game, expecting it to be like Age of Empires, and it is not like Age of Empires. And the reason is it's a mobile game, a mobile RTS game, kind of disguised in the Age of Empires skin, if you will. Like, you have your heroes, right? But the heroes are the same format that a lot of games, like a lot of mobile games do, where you're like, oh, like, look, you have a hero, right? And you can level up the hero. And you can get legendary heroes by drawing, you know, boxes, right? And we'll see how it looks, right? Or we'll see how it, Ooh. Hold on. I think I could do it right here. Ooh. Yeah. Like I feel like every RTS mobile game is just some popping back in just to say Darker just dropped a Durid's Folk teaser. New beard, who dis? Dude, what? That's awesome. Fuck yeah. I'm so hyped now. They know how to do the hype, at least. So that's how you do the little trick that I did. This piece seems to be really generous in how you can place the vines and stuff. But yeah. I think I'll put another one right here. It's just like so much, though. That's the only thing. Okay, I'll accept that. No, maybe not. That's fine. I think I need a little bit more stuff over here. A short, cropped, but nice beard. Huh. I wonder if they took any inspiration. Is it, how short is the beard, though? How short are we talking? Is it like... Like, is it like my length of beard? Where it's like not necessarily short, but it is pretty full, you know?
I ain't going no further.
I'll have to see the picture, I guess, huh?
That's one more for me.
Nice mustache, too. Yours / mine, maybe a bit shorter. Nice and full. Okay. So a decent-sized beard. Not too long. Not too short. I like that. Hey, Kasumi. Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Kasumi, you must tell me what you would like your call sign to be. And whenever you have the time to. I know everyone's been kind of busy these days. Maybe even sick in some other cases, like me. I wish you could send a pic via chat. Yeah. You know what? Let's take a look at it. I can pull it up on stream. Oh, Nathan. I saw your little thing there. That's awesome. The booth stack stands. Nice. Your stalls are cool. Hold on, let me pull up the RTM subreddit. Can you link me the, is it an RTM general, I assume? No, it's in dev updates. Okay. Actually, not very bad at all. Not very bad at all on that front. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Let's see. I want to show you this. And show that. That's the new beard, supposedly. That looks good. I like it. Actually, it's, I would say, proportionately speaking. I don't know. I think maybe my beard might have gotten a little bit longer. Just a touch. It might even be the same size as my current beard. So I like that a lot, actually. We need a curly beard, though. We need a really, really curly beard. That's what my beard is. Very, very curly. I am feeling a little bit better, Kasumi. Thank you for asking. I'm not as sick as before. I'm doing better. My wife is unfortunately sick. Which, you know, it's unfortunate, but it was bound to happen with her being close to me. You know, being next to me while I'm sick and stuff, right? So it was bound to happen. She's slowly getting over everything, but we're not 100% certain. Yeah. I'm guessing, hoping. It's just one of many new beards. I hope so too. Honestly, I really hope so. I told them that I would give my beard as a good reference. Good point of reference. You're just in time to see, Kasumi, the progress I've made on Beorne's Manor. So here's what we're looking at. I got the roof all squared away already. I got the tree poking through it. I'm working on foliage and vine stuff right now. I built some light fixtures. Got these windows going. This is the access to the tunnels beneath. Here, let's show you the broad side so that you're caught up effectively. So we got this side as well. This is the front entrance. More light fixtures up there. It is the ruckus skulls, so I know you're not a fan, but from far away you can hardly tell that it's the ruckus skulls, plus the warm light of the fire is really nice. You got the statues right there, front patio. I put a tree spring in here. I'm slowly doing some like landscaping stuff. Here's the other broad side of it that I've taken a screenshot of already. So this is the other side, and that's the roof. And I put like, I did kind of a little bit of a dormer. Not really. They're mostly like bay windows. So here's the, oh, I could go through those. That's cool. Here's the second floor so far. And I mixed the roofs. So I mixed the stone roof with the regular roof. I'm in the process of building a attic, but yeah. I do wish the wood tones could match a little more. Beorne stuff is very orange. Yeah. Yep, I agree. That was part of some feedback that I had left, is to change the tint of it. So I started on the inside. I haven't done anything too serious. I'm still working on like the look. This is what I've done with the kitchen so far. I haven't done too much, like I said. It's kind of me like setting up the layout of the build, not really committing to anything fully because there might be changes, right, depending on how things line up. I let the tree poke through, so, and I'm building an attic as well, so the benefit of this is it is somewhat conceivable that Beorne could stay here, provided that he squeezes through all of the doorways. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with the roof itself. I didn't go up too high because I don't have anywhere to go, but I did kind of like a flat design with the trim around it. So you turned the drain pumps into a Beorne sludge. I actually saw that. I saw that. That was really good. Really outstanding work, by the way. It's awesome. There you go. Okay, now we gotta work on this part of it. I think on the way up, the foliage can get like more sparse, maybe more like let's see, what can I do here? Did you see the interior? I have not seen the interior yet. Don't think so. Maybe I have? All of my days are running together, so keep that in mind. I've been staying up far too long after my bedtime. Hey! Stop shooting at me.
Quiet. I see three ahead. I need a better weapon for this. Not this one dead.
Shoot at my house. Is it in the Kasumi, is it in the images thread in that same page, perhaps, that you linked the drain pumps build? It's fine. There's a video. I didn't post it in Discord. Just wanted to show someone and then others found it. Okay. Hold on, my headphones just went kaput. There we go. Okay, at least I have my my charging cable like right here. It's a video. All right. I'll have to take a look at your video then. Link me the video in DM and I'll take a look at it. Love to see the interior. Yeah. Whoa. Maybe not so much on the bay windows. Maybe just like a little bit of the vines on the... Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm even okay with that. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want too much stuff going on. my later today, I'll probably take a look at it after stream too, because later today, wife and I are going out with the in-laws to Napa to have some dinner today. So I have to do a couple of errands beforehand, but I have some time. Only thing I gotta do is just like vacuum the car really quick. My dog was in there recently, so we got some doggo hair to take care of. Doggo hair. That's okay. I'm trying to be like as conservative as possible, but I also do like the vine look. I wish I could just place the vines like in Valheim and just like let it grow. That's good. I like that. I'm not gonna like go overboard with the vine thing. A little bit of vines here and there gives it a little bit of character. There could be like maybe not as much vines in other areas. Like this spot doesn't have many. I'm thinking maybe I could add some right here. So down here. Move the one that's in the middle of the axe handle. I see that might be potentially... I know I had placed that one with the intention that, like... Let's see. I know I had placed that one with the intention to make it look like the foliage would overtake even, like, the nicer parts of the build. But, yeah, I could see the value in maybe not doing that in that case. Seems it likes this. There we go. Nice. Okay, not bad. Whoops. There. Got lots more land skipping to do. The one thing that I wish I could do in the game is when I place a hearth and all of the vegetation disappears, like the grass and stuff. I wish I could find some way to replace that vegetation. I know there's some vegetation that just can't be removed sometimes, but I would really like a way to just like, you know, I want to place the vegetation, you know, like the grass outside or something. Like outside of a build that maybe... Don't think that this is going to snap as well as I think it is. And it doesn't seem like it wants to either. And my game's lagging, just trying to do the task. What's around here? Well, that's probably not gonna work then. How about... these? A little bit too much in the ground right there. Neat. Got some of that stuff going there. I'm gonna try this. This is not very friendly for placement, but I could probably manage just a little bit of stuff right here. Perhaps. No, you can really see the column right there. I do not like. How about right there? And right. Nope. Ha! Nice. It worked, kind of. I think the Durance statue is unfortunately in the way right here. And this is why my games lag, guys. It's because I spend time doing stuff like this. Why are there pieces in the world column right there? Cool. A little bit of vine right there.
I want out of this cursed mountain.
Okay. I think that looks pretty good. I gotta get up there and destroy what's left of the platforms and stuff. Please let me grab onto the ladder. Thank you. Let me put a little bit of foliage in here somewhere too. How about water? Right about here is fine. And by the way, Kasumi, I brought in about 12k, just about 12k wood in this world, of each type of wood. I am now down to, let's see, ironwood I'm still good on. Now down to 2.2 regular wood scraps, starting with 12. So I've used about 9, almost 9,000, potentially up to 10,000 wood already.
Keep watch. Filthy dwarves about.
Wood.
Wash though. Bearded maggot brains.
You've been mining. Sorry, hold on. been mining my own wood. Had to create a little forest next to the drain pumps. Elvenwood is where I'm hurting. Yeah, those ones will take a while. Especially growing them to full height. I'm not sure if the age of the tree affects how much wood it'll drop. I assume it does, but not 100% sure myself on that. I will be hurting on regular wood soon. I did plant a bunch of trees around here, and there are natural trees in here as well. I doubt that there's enough for me to continue building at the capacity that I am. It's a good thing that I've effectively finished the build itself. Here, I'm gonna do a quick run around the roof. Just make sure I got all the platforms and stuff that are just hanging off the side. Okay, seems like we're fine in that regard. The roof was the hardest part. I actually started with the bay windows. So I started like right around here. Started with the roof over the bay window first, and then I built basically every other roof around that. So that's how I built the roof for this one. Didn't have like a clear cut design for it or anything like that. It was basically just like me, like, not really winging it. I knew I didn't want it to be like a flat, like, square roof, you know, but hey, these came out pretty good. Let's see, this is next to the tree. I'm fine with leaving this part of it not too viney. This little corner in here can be viney, but not too much vines this time around, just a little bit. Let me know if you need elvenwood. I have plenty of it that I've legitimately gotten in the upper city. So if you have need of elvenwood, Kasumi, I will give you some. The warehouse of the upper city is strong. I understand if there's a preference too, by the way, of mining your own stuff, so.
Keep watch. There'll be wolves about. Moria will be ours.
Ha ha! That's one more for me!
You like to mine the other, yeah. Understandable. That's how I am. There's certain circumstances where I make an exception. Resources that are very rare to collect in large quantities efficiently. For example, iolite. Iolite is very difficult to acquire in large quantities, no matter what. I think I've played quite a lot of playthroughs and barely got any. Same thing with jade. Jade is very difficult to get. Meal table. Oh, I left some food out. Oops. My bad. It's looking pretty good, though. This is looking pretty good. Pretty proud of this so far. We got to start decorating the interior now that I've, well, built the attic and then start sectioning off the interior as well. Build the attic. Maybe I'll even start on, I'll just continue with the first floor, because the whole concept of me building the attic right now is just gonna be a little bit much. So, plus I got another 20 minutes or so before I have to stop the stream. Gotta go and Gotta go and tight schedule today. My wife gets off at 6:30. It's currently 3:40. I still have plenty of time, but after the stream, I gotta go and vacuum the car and maybe chill a little bit before driving. Okay, so this is the kitchen that I had built previously. It is nice looking. However, I would like to change it. This portion of it is neat. Although I don't think I need the top two. I think 2 roasting pits is just fine. And in that, if that's going to be the case too, I would rather... Let's see. How does this blend with everything? It's okay, I suppose. What I really want is to do this, and then destroy those. Make a little chimney. Chimney of sorts. Some red bricks would be nice. Okay. These will have to go up to the ceiling for me to be satisfied. That's fine. That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. In that case, we don't need these. And thinking, wish there was some kind of like granite crossbar. That'd be cool. Granite. Maybe not. Just leave it like that. Not bad, although I feel like the layout could be better. The general layout of things could be better. What I could do is whoa, Kaiba is mad. Angry. Let's see. That looks okay. That's what I'm missing. I need grist mills. Totally forgot about that. Let's see. Grist meal. How about...
I want out of this cursed mountain.
Let's go with this. That's fine. And now I have space for grist mills. Can't believe I forgot about the grist mill. I'm very embarrassed. Hey, hey, let's go. Jikasu. Protect my balls. The grist mills are smaller than they used to be. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember that. I don't remember them being that big. I could be, like, misremembering things, perhaps, and, like, you know, not, like, remembering things properly. It's been such a long time since I seen the original stuff. I know that they made changes and stuff. It's just, I can't remember it for the life of me. I do notice that it's kind of shorter. Didn't it have like a really large middle part as well? Maybe I did notice and I don't know. Maybe I haven't just thought about it. Perhaps. One gristmill is fine for one person, I suppose. The 4 handles were twice as long. I might remember that, actually. Might remember that. I think I vaguely remember it now. It's been so long since I've built these that I forgot how I built them in the first place. You fit 3 by 3. Yeah, it is very orange. You're right. Which sucks because I like the look of the stuff. Let's destroy those. Let's try something different. What about this big old one? Big old stuff. It could work, although I'm not too... also do the circular one, but I think the size is about the same. Let's try it. The size is about the same, I think. Yeah, but there is more space to view it with it being circular like this, so why not? There is a gap right there. Dang it. Still a gap there. It's very, very subtle. You have to really look at it, but it's there. Thinking, let's see. Did I place that too high? Perhaps. Maybe. It's like ever so slight. I see your lighthouse? No, dude, I haven't seen your lighthouse. You've been building a lot. Dude, I have to see all your stuff now. Hold on. Nice. That came out pretty good. You're on vacation this week? Okay, nice. Nice to get some time off to play the game, too.
So hungry I could eat a whole dragon.
Yeah, this is my day off. One of two. So, I'm trying to take full advantage of... my day off right now with this build. I don't think it'll be done today, either. I think I got maybe 2 more streams of this build alone, potentially, depending on how much I get done the next stream. There's a certain amount of it, too, that I don't want anyone to, like, miss out on, if that makes sense. So I don't want to, like, build too much of the stuff off stream. There was some, like, monotonous stuff that I did build off stream, though. I did, like, you know, start the kitchen and stuff. This is kind of a cramped space now because of this, but it looks good. Sorry, I'm getting a whole bunch of notifications right now. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, cool. Long story short, I've been trying to order my friend a controller for gaming. And it's been one thing after another, to be honest with you. So, like initially it was like the first 2 times I had ordered the package from Amazon, right? Those 2 times I had... Hold on, I had it right there. Where was it? Ah, damn it. That's okay. So the first 2 times I had the package coming from, like, Amazon, right? Directly to his address. He lives in a place in Ohio where essentially the building that he lives in is like how do I say it? It's like a converted house into a converted house into like a apartment building type situation, right? So it's not very, man, that just looks weird now. So it looks very weird, right? Like you're looking at the broad side of a really large rectangular house, right? But it's not that. It's an apartment. And so because this place used to be essentially a residential address, it has a residential mailbox, right? So it just has like a regular old mailbox that you would find anywhere else in some random suburban neighborhood somewhere, right? And that's problematic because that means that everyone gets their mail into one mailbox, right? Just one little flip open mailbox. And the reason that that's an issue is, you know, no one, people can come and steal your mail. It's not really like that much of a concern. I don't know, maybe where I live. But I suppose that someone in town who lives near him, who is notorious for stealing things, has been doing so. So the first 2 times that I had sent this controller to my friend's house, it had been stolen both times within the hour that the mail had gotten there. And the second time especially, I had like told my friend, like, basically the instant that it was delivered. I mean, I think I got the notification about a half hour after it had been delivered. Hey, it's out there, go get it, right? And he's out there. He messages me again. Hey, it's not here again. I go around, like, calling the post office and Amazon and telling them, and sure enough, they delivered the package to the correct address. And it was just stolen. It sucks, but, you know, it's true. So, I tried to get him to go to a Amazon locker, right? Which is, I don't know if anyone's not really familiar with that. So basically, instead of a address, right, you can have Amazon deliver to lockers that they've put around the United States, usually within other businesses, right? And in those lockers, you'll either, depending on what it is, you'll either get like a little lock code or a touch screen, right? You put the code in and you grab your stuff, and it's really safe. So my friend doesn't have a PO box yet, so I figured this would be the safer option. I send him to go get it. It's a Bluetooth locker, and no one can get the locker open, not even him. So, like, the last 2 or 3 days in a row that he had been going to this locker, he couldn't get it open. And so, hi babe. He couldn't get it open. So it was just, you know, one thing after another, basically. Could not get the locker open, and I suppose even the Amazon delivery driver couldn't get the locker open either, which was another thing. So I'm telling them the story about how I've been trying to buy Luke a controller, and it's just not gotten there no matter what. So now we've resorted to me sending the controllers to his cousin's address in hopes that he'll get it. And I really sincerely hope he gets it. It's gonna be there tomorrow, but you know, you never know. Especially with the luck that this dude has been having. So, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Did you text me or something, babe? So I don't see a text. Or are you just using the honky sound for the honky sounds?
I hate it here.
And I really want to make a hanging bookcase, but it doesn't seem practical. Besides, I think I have to end the stream anyway. I gotta go vacuum the car and stuff. I didn't do that, by the way, babe. Not yet, at least. Because I had to come back home and walk Kaiba, and then I threw out the garbage that was in there. And then I got gas and stuff too. So, Kaiba howl alert. I will do that. I'm working on it, but I need a really good audio. We have a lot of them, but I need a decent audio of that I can clip easily. One that isn't too long, right? I think I could make it 10 seconds or so. This is looking pretty good, though. I like the little work that I've been doing on it. I'm thinking Drakehead. No, it's actually kind of big in this space.
I want out of this cursed mountain.
Yeah, send me a video of Kaiba. I think Beorne would have the skulls of stuff, wouldn't he? Let's not put that there. Let's just do a regular old wall. Regular old wall. Cool. So, alright dudes, we're gonna call it a stream right here. Right now we're working on the kitchen area. I'm kind of liking how it's coming out so far, but it could use a little bit more TLC in my opinion. I'm thinking I'm not sure what this space underneath the stairs is gonna be, but I think I could make it into something pretty cool. Excuse me. I think I can make it into something pretty neat. I'm thinking, isn't there a... Oh, I need salt for that. Okay. I was like, why can't I place that? You need salt. No.
I ain't going no further.
Should I put another rug right here? Or just leave it. Let's see. There's a lot of black rugs in here. If I put another black rug, it will be like right here-ish, but it doesn't line up very well with the doorway. So I'm almost half inclined to just leave it like this. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit too much. A little bit too much carpet, you know? Maybe something like this, but even then, I think I'll just leave it with the stools behind, like this. Let's see, 4 at the bar right here. I'm gonna need to grab some copper ore so that I can unlock the brew tank. I think a couple of brew kegs can fit in here. And then I need to get some materials for crafting things, because I don't think I have much, of the actual recipes. I could go around unlocking the recipes in this save, however, that will take me some time. I would rather just go out get the go out, get the materials and bring them back into this world, as opposed to running around here. Although, you know, they could give me something to do, you know. Let's put 2 right here. Alright, guys, so here's the progress report on the Beorne's Manor. So we completed the roof today. I did some statue work. I did a light landscaping. Got the statues posted up right here. Did a little bit more greenery on the sides. The roofs have the flame. I like the warm light of that. Here's where the tree pokes out. We're gonna need another like set of light fixtures right here. It's kind of dark, although I don't have a braziers over here. So right there and right there. That'll be fine.
Filthy dwarves.
Oh my lord.
That's all you got?
Okay. Now that that's over, here's the broader side. This is where it leads to the underground area of the Elven Quarter. Here's the... I like this, how this side came out especially. So, yeah, this is the Beorne's Manor so far. So we're looking pretty good. We're gonna need a little bit more fixtures of lights. In fact, I might take Axebeard's advice and like seal the lights and the lamps. Seal the lights and lamps and the lattice or whatever, so that we can get like better ambient light, but not like compromise the light around the build. So, and let's see. I'm liking how the front is coming along. I'm still doing some landscaping around the side. I would like more trees around. I would like more farm stuff. I would like a proper farm. Yeah, Axebeard was telling me a lot about that, too. So, the first floor, we're going to review this. This might be like a drinking, dining area. This is the kitchen, which I'm working on still. I'm going to add some stuff in here, decorations and flags and such. Not sure what I'm going to be doing with this one. I was thinking of a book nook, you know, so I could have like the troll hide stuff here, and same thing here, where the idea of this is maybe to like, this front entrance is to like maybe put up your gear and stuff for the day. Maybe there's a coat hanger, put your hat and stuff, and weapons to run out the door. And this is the second floor so far. So the second floor has a pretty tall ceiling. I'm gonna make a attic situation. Here's the tree. You can walk next to the tree. You can pet the tree. You can hug the tree if you want. Here are all the windows and stuff from the inside. Looks pretty spacious from in here. This is where the staircase to the attic will be, and the attic will essentially just be a massive amount of extra storage space. Not that it's necessary, but you know, it'd be nice. Oh no, these stick through the wall. Dang it. Wait, what is this? Timber tile? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Next time we'll, next time I build this will be next week, actually, to be honest with you. Next Wednesday. If there's any, like, spots open, or, I don't know, if anything changes, I will stream this. But if I don't end up streaming it and I end up working on it off stream, I'll record it and I'll post it to my Discord or something. That way you guys don't miss out on any of the building. But yeah, thanks to everyone for stopping by. Thanks Axebeard and Kasumi and Cicero and Eppers, everyone else for stopping by. I will catch you guys next time. Tomorrow is going to be some Total War Warhammer. We're going to play the Thork Ironbrow campaign that I've been getting my butt kicked in. But luckily I have been practicing, so hopefully I don't get kicked in my butt. But oh well, we'll find out, right? See you guys later. Thank you again. Bye.